You are craving to move matter with your mind, but you do not realize you are playing with a dangerous fire. Thoughts are solid things, and when your concentration becomes a laser, telekinesis becomes a mechanical reality. But I warn you, the moment you attempt to display these forbidden powers, your ego becomes an absolute monster. These psychic siddhis are not signs of spiritual growth. They are the ultimate trap to keep you an eternal slave to your mind. Stop trying to bend spoons and look at the real illusion before you destroy your own liberation. Hello, my beloved friends. I see you, and I see the deep, restless longing that you carry within your hearts. You are searching for something, aren't you? Everyone is searching. From the moment a child opens his eyes to the moment an old man closes them in death, the search continues. But what is this search really about? If you look closely at your life, at your desires, you will find that deep down, your search is almost always a search for power. You want to control, you want to manipulate, you want to be the master of your circumstances. Look at the fascinations of the human mind. For centuries, humanity has been obsessed with the idea of the supernatural, with miracles, with hidden mind powers. You hear stories of telekinesis, of moving objects with a single glance, of defying gravity, of knowing the distant, the hidden, and the secret. It captures your imagination completely. You see a title about a forbidden power, a secret mind power, and something inside you flares up with curiosity. The ego leaps up and says, "Yes, this is what I need. If I can master this hidden power, if I can move things with my mind, if I can perform telekinesis, then I will finally be someone. Then I will no longer be helpless in this vast, indifferent universe." But I want to tell you a completely different story today. I want to take you into the very mechanism of these powers, to show you how they happen, because they do happen. They are not mere myths. They follow absolute pragmatic laws. But more importantly, I want to warn you about the tremendous danger they pose to your soul. These powers are real, but they are also the most dangerous traps ever laid out for the human consciousness. Before we can understand the extraordinary, we must first start close to home. That is the first and most fundamental rule of yoga. Yoga is not a metaphysics. It does not bother about faraway questions. It does not ask you to believe in a God sitting in heaven, or in past lives, or in future rewards. Yoga thinks all metaphysicians are wasting their time because they are looking for answers so far away while the base is completely missing within themselves. Each real journey must begin exactly from where you are. You cannot start a journey from a point where you are not. If you are not enlightened within, if you do not know the subject, which is your own inner nature, then whatsoever light you carry on the outside is not going to help you. Philosophy is concerned with the mind, but yoga is concerned with consciousness. The mind is that of which you can become aware. You can look at your thinking. You can see your thoughts passing like clouds in the sky. You can see your feelings moving like a river. You can see your dreams floating by. But the one that can see all of this is your consciousness. The whole effort of yoga is to attain to that which cannot be reduced to an object, that which remains completely irreducible, to be just your pristine subjectivity. If you feel this truth resonating with your inner being, if you feel that your heart is ready to wake up from its long sleep, take a moment to subscribe to this channel. Leave a comment below. Share in the deepest questions of your heart and share this video with those seekers who are still wandering in the dark. Let this circle of awareness grow naturally. To understand how the mind can achieve extraordinary states, how it can focus its energy so intensely that it begins to affect the material world, we must look at what Patanjali calls the ultimate internal means. Up until now, in the science of yoga, the practices were outer, on the periphery. They were about your body, your breathing, your moral character. But now we enter the inner chamber. Patanjali speaks of 3 internal steps: dharana, dhyan, and samadhi. When these 3 are taken together, they constitute what is called samyama. Let us understand these 3 steps one by one very deeply, because they are the building blocks of all inner power and all inner transformation. The first step is dharana, which means concentration. What is concentration? Concentration is the narrowing of the mind, the confining of the mind to a single object being meditated upon. Ordinarily, your mind is like a crowded street, a chaotic marketplace, 1,001 thoughts are moving simultaneously in all directions. You are pulled to the left, you are pulled to the right, you are pulled to the north and the south. Your energy is completely muddled, scattered, fragmented. You live in a constant state of turmoil, of split focus, which is a mild form of insanity. Because your attention is divided among a million objects, you can never feel who you are. You never have a gap to look into your own subjectivity. Concentration means you take this scattered torch light of the mind and you focus it down, down, down until it becomes like a sharp laser beam. You choose one object and you exclude everything else. Have you ever really concentrated on a rose flower? You have looked at roses many times, but you have never concentrated on one. When your mind is focused entirely on a single rose, the rest of the world drops out. The rose becomes your whole universe. It grows bigger and bigger in your awareness. And because your whole energy is poured onto that one object, the rose begins to reveal qualities you have never seen before. It reveals colors that you have been missing, fragrances that you were never sensitive enough to recognize. Concentration reveals that which is hidden from the ordinary, indifferent eye. The whole of modern science is nothing but the path of concentration. A scientist works in deep concentration. Look at Louis Pasteur, working through his microscope, so silent, so unmoving, that the whole world disappears for him. When a visitor asked him why he wouldn't stop, Pasteur said that this was his prayer. Whenever he felt worried or disturbed, he would look through his microscope and immediately the old world would drop away. Science can be the first step toward yoga, because concentration is the first inner step. Each scientist, if he continues to grow and does not get stuck in the objective world, is on the way to becoming a yogi. But concentration is only the beginning. The second step is dhyan, which means contemplation or meditation. Concentration means you have chosen one object out of the crowd. Meditation means there is now an uninterrupted flow of consciousness toward that object. It is like pouring oil from one pot to another. If you pour water, the flow breaks into drops. It is interrupted. But if you pour oil, the flow is continuous, a smooth, unbroken thread. Dhyan is that unbroken thread of awareness, falling upon the object. Each break in your attention is a distraction, a loophole where you have gone somewhere else. If concentration is the way of the scientist, then contemplation is the way of the artist. The scientist looks at the object objectively, but the artist digs deep into his own subjectivity to reflect the world. Look at the paintings of Van Gogh. His trees reach up to the heavens, touching the stars, overreaching everything. Trees like that do not exist anywhere in the physical world, but they existed within Van Gogh. He said those trees were the burning desires of the earth to meet the sky. The artist realizes the object by becoming one with it from within. A Zen master used to tell his disciples that if you want to paint a bamboo, you must first become a bamboo. You must stand against the wind, welcome the rains, feel the sun on your skin, and hear the cuckoo bird as a bamboo hears it. You cannot paint it merely from the outside like a camera. A camera belongs to science. It shows only the objective reality. But meditation drops the outside boundaries and a communion happens. If you feel a deep gratitude for these insights, if you feel that this space is providing a safe haven for your spiritual growth, look into clicking the join button to support our channel as a member. You can also offer your support through Super Thanks, a beautiful gesture of energy exchange that helps us continue creating these videos. For those who wish to go even deeper into these sutras, our detailed ebooks are available to light your path. When meditation becomes total, it leads naturally to the third state, which is samadhi. Samadhi is when the mind becomes completely one with the object. In concentration, there are three things: the looker, the looking, and the object being looked at. In meditation, the looking becomes a continuous flow, but the division still remains. But in samadhi, the subject disappears into the object, and the object disappears into the subject. Duality is completely transcended. There is no longer a knower, and there is no longer a known. There is only a tremendously potential silence prevailing. You cannot make any statement about samadhi, because all statements require division, they require logic, they require language, and language can only exist in duality. Religion remains fundamentally inexpressible. Patanjali chooses a scientific, logical terminology to describe it, while mystics like Jesus or Lao Tzu choose the terminology of poetry. But both ways fall short of the ultimate reality. Samadhi is that state where you are smeared no longer with the dirt of the earth, where your wings are free to fly into the infinite sky. Patanjali says that when these three dharana, dhyan, and samadhi are masterfully integrated and applied together to any object, it constitutes samyama. Samyama is not a forced discipline or an outer control of character, as many people mistakenly believe. It is the absolute balance, the deep tranquility that arises when all duality within you disappears. You are no longer divided against yourself. You have become one piece. And when a man achieves samyama, his very presence becomes a magnetic, transforming force. He carries a cool, collected, calm atmosphere around him, like a luminous aura. If you come close to a man of samyama, your inner turmoil suddenly subsides, your anger vanishes, and a deep peace touches your heart. In the East, we call this satsang or darshan. Simply sitting in the presence of a master, in silence, without a single word being spoken. The Western mind often finds this absurd because nothing visible is being exchanged, but something invisible, something incredibly real transpires. The disciple rides on the wave of the master's samyama, reaching heights he could never reach alone. But beware of the fake experts who try to cultivate this calmness from the outside. They practice manners, they force a quiet countenance, they put on a beautiful mask of silence. But if you sit near them, you will feel no peace. They are like sleeping volcanoes, quiet on the surface, but boiling with repressed rage and turmoil deep down. They have used their own angry energy to suppress their anger, and it has entered into their very bones and blood. They are false, and their falsity will only lead to deep psychological splits. You must take your life into your own hands. Do not listen to the accumulated dead information of the experts. Search for a wise man, a guru, someone who has flowered from within. Let us understand the mechanism of how this mind power works. Patanjali tells us that samyama is to be employed in stages. He does not believe in a sudden, chaotic enlightenment for everyone. Sudden enlightenment is an exception, a rare gamble for extraordinary adventurers like the Zen masters who are willing to risk their lives or go completely mad in a single jump. Patanjali moves on plain ground. He is a scientist of the common humanity. He says you must grow step by step in small doses so that everything becomes solid and integrated before you take the next step. After each stage of growth, there must be an interval where the transition is absorbed, digested, and becomes a natural part of your being. The greedy mind always wants everything right now. People come to me and say, "Give us a technique that will make us suddenly enlightened today." But their very hurry shows they are not ready. If they were ready, they would have infinite patience. They would know how to wait. Patanjali clarifies that while dharana, dhyan, and samadhi are internal, compared to the first 5 stages of yoga, they are still external when compared to the ultimate experience of seedless samadhi. The first 5 steps help you transcend the physical body, which is your outermost concentric circle. These 3 internal steps help you transcend the mind. But your mind is still an object of awareness. When you can watch your own thoughts, those thoughts become external to you. You are the watcher on the hill, separate from the traffic below. Seedless samadhi means that the very seed of desire has been burned completely. Even the desire to achieve truth, the desire to experience God, the desire to meditate, all of it is dropped. When all journeying stops, when there is no motivation to do or to be anything, a total emptiness arises on its own accord. This is what Buddha calls sunya. It is purity itself because it is completely untouched by your motivations or your efforts. Up until samadhi, there is effort, because effort needs a motive. But when desire itself disappears, effort disappears too. Buddha used to tell his disciples that when they reach the door of samadhi, they must become intensely alert and cling to it through compassion, so they could help humanity. If they did not cling, they would disappear into the seedless samadhi forever, gone into the hole, never to return. This is the state of a bodhisattva, one who stands at the very threshold of ultimate freedom, refusing to enter until every single soul has passed through the door before him. He keeps the door open through a fragile, beautiful thread of compassion. How do we begin to experience this inner silence in our day-to-day lives? Patanjali introduces a beautiful concept called Nirodh Parinam. This is the transformation of the mind, in which the mind becomes permeated by the condition of suspension, of no mind. It is a phenomenon that is already happening to you every single day, but it is so subtle and momentary that you miss it completely. Think about the nature of your thoughts. A thought appears in your mind like a cloud in the sky. But no thought can stay forever. It comes, it lingers for a moment, and it goes. Then another thought comes to take its place. Between these two distinct thoughts, there is a very minute, subtle interval. One thought has disappeared, and the next has not yet arrived. In that exact gap, you are completely thoughtless. The sky of your consciousness is completely open. That momentary suspension is what Patanjali calls Nirodh. It is like the traffic on a busy road. One car passes by and another is coming from the distance. Between the two cars, there is a moment when the road is completely vacant. If you can learn to look at that vacancy, if you can focus your attention on the gap rather than the thoughts, you will get your very first glimpse of samadhi. It will be a momentary samadhi, a sudden lightning flash in the darkness, but it will change you forever. Once you have tasted that exquisite bliss, you will no longer be satisfied with the cheap toys of the worldly life. The problem is that your gestalt is wrong. You have been conditioned to focus entirely on the thoughts, on the cars passing by. You ignore the empty roads. It is like a teacher who draws a tiny white dot on a massive blackboard and asks the students what they see. They all say they see a white dot. Nobody sees the vast blackboard that supports it. You must change your gestalt. Stop looking at the white dots of your thoughts. Start looking at the vast black emptiness of the gaps in between. If this message is touching a chord deep within your soul, if you feel a longing to support this river of wisdom, take a moment to subscribe, leave a beautiful comment below, and share this video with the world. To directly aid our mission of bringing these teachings to light, consider clicking the join button to become a member or send a token of love through Super Thanks. Our ebooks are also available for your deeper contemplation. Patanjali says that this flow becomes peaceful with repeated impressions. If you fall into that gap again and again, if you train your awareness to return to that silent interval, the experience becomes natural, spontaneous, and continuous. The gaps become wider, the silence goes deeper, until one day the last thought leaves your mind and no other thought arrives to replace it. You are established in eternal silence. Jesus, as he was being crucified, was pierced in the side by a soldier's spear. He opened his eyes, looked at the soldier and said, "Friend, there is a shorter road to my heart than that." For centuries, theologians have puzzled over these words, but the meaning is simple. The shortest way to reach the heart of Christ is to go into your own heart. When you move within words, when you seek the very source of your own life, you find that Christ is not a historical figure who died on a cross. Christ is eternal life itself, pulsating in the very core of the universe. When you look into Nirodh, you look into deathless life, life that has no beginning and no end. But the mind is a great imitator, a great trickster. It wants patterns, it wants guarantees, it wants security. A questioner once asked me, when I listen to my inner voice, it tells me to do nothing, to just eat, sleep, and play on the beach. But I am afraid to follow this feeling because I think I will become too weak to survive in this world. Will existence protect me if I allow myself to let go? Look at the fear in this question. Fear is always asking for guarantees, for insurance policies. But in existence, nothing is insured, and it is beautiful that it is so. If life were completely insured, you would be a dead entity, a rock. The whole thrill of being alive, like a young leaf dancing in a fierce storm, would be totally lost. Life is beautiful precisely because it is insecure, because it is a constant hazard, because there is death lurking around the corner. To be truly alive is to live dangerously. And why are you so desperate to survive in this world of ambition, politics, and ego? This world is a madhouse. There is no need to survive in its madness. There is a completely different way to exist, to be in the world but not of it. If your inner feeling tells you to relax on the beach, then let that be your religion. Trust it completely. All those who have truly abandoned themselves to existence, who have surrendered their egos and taken the jump, have found that the protection of the universe is infinite. But this protection is not what your fear is asking for. Your fear is asking for a grave-like security. Only a corpse is absolutely safe and protected from all danger. A living being is always in jeopardy, always exposed to the beautiful, wild spontaneity of nature. I am here to encourage your adventure, not to console your fear. Walk your own path, and by walking, create your way. Do not follow the dead superhighways of tradition, morality, and social conditioning. They are designed for cowards, for those who are paralyzed and cannot walk on their own legs. God is wild, He is not yet civilized, and He loves spontaneity. If you want to be in tune with Him, you must drop all ideologies, all fixed patterns, including my own ideology. All ideologies are invisible prisons. A Catholic becomes a communist, a Hindu becomes a Christian, and they think they are free, but they have merely changed their selves, enjoying the brief walk in between the two prisons. True freedom has no name. It has no ideology. It is a total dutiful chaos, out of which bright stars are born. Another friend says, recently in meditation I have felt that I could fly, as if I am completely exonerated from gravity. Is this just craziness? No, it is not craziness. It is a profound existential truth. You are the meeting place of two completely different dimensions. One dimension belongs to the earth, the dimension of gravity, which pulls your physical body down. The other dimension belongs to God, to freedom, the dimension of grace, which pulls your consciousness upward. When you close your eyes in deep meditation, you forget your physical form. You enter the dimension of grace and you feel weightless, as if you could fly into the infinite sky. But when you open your eyes, gravity claims your body once again. This is a real experience, but I must warn you, do not try to physically jump out of a window under this impression. That is the danger of chemical drugs like LSD or marijuana. They can give you a distorted glimpse of this grace by making you forget the body, but they do not give you awareness. A girl in New York under the influence of drugs once thought she could fly and jumped from the 40th floor of a building only to crash into the earth because gravity still claimed her body. Meditation is different. It gives you the glimpse, but it also gives you a crystalline awareness. You know that you are simultaneously spread in both dimensions. You are the bridge between the earth and the sky. In fact, it has happened in the history of yoga that some bodies have actually levitated a few feet off the ground when the pull of grace became overwhelmingly dominant. There are recorded scientific observations of a mystic woman in Bavaria who would hang in the air 4 feet high for several minutes while meditating. But this is an imbalance, and it is not something to be sought or practiced. It is a byproduct, a shadow that follows the inner transformation. Do not stop your meditation out of fear that you are going crazy. Accept it, enjoy it, and allow your awareness to expand into the inner space. It is the greatest adventure possible to man, far greater than traveling to the moon. Becoming an astronaut of your own inner space is the ultimate pilgrimage. If your heart is dancing to the rhythm of these words, if you wish to help us spread this silent revolution to every corner of the earth, remember to subscribe, like, and share this video. Consider clicking the join button to offer your valuable support as a member of our spiritual family, or send a super thanks to show your deep appreciation. Our ebooks are always available to guide your solitary reflections. Many people come to me and say, "You tell us to be ourselves, but how can we be ourselves if we do not even know ourselves?" Look at the absurdity of the human mind. Knowledge is not a requirement for being. A rose bush is a rose bush, yet it does not hold a diploma stating that it is a rose bush. It does not wake up in the morning confused, accidentally growing marigolds. A rock is a rock, completely relaxed in its rockness. They do not have self-knowledge, yet they are perfectly themselves. It is your so-called knowledge that is creating the problem. You are so heavily burdened with information, with ideas of who you should be, how you should act, how you should imitate Christ or Buddha, that you have completely forgotten how to just be. There is a famous book titled The Imitation of Christ. I tell you, a more ugly title has never been given to any book in human history. Imitation is a crime against your own unique soul. God does not want a carbon copy of Jesus or a duplicate of Buddha. If he wanted another Christ, he would have created one. He created you because he was bored of the old and wanted something absolutely original. He wants you to be just yourself. Meditation is the process of unlearning, of dropping all your accumulated knowledge and becoming completely ignorant once again. Become like a child, like a rose bush, like a rock. Put your full weight down on the airplane of existence and relax. Stop trying to be somebody else. Accept yourself. Rejoice in your uniqueness and delight in your own being. You say you want to take the jump, but you feel you are not yet at the edge from which the jump is taken. You say you see me shaking you, but you cannot feel it. Let me tell you a secret. You are not asleep. If you were truly asleep, it would be very easy for me to wake you up. You are merely pretending to be asleep. And it is impossible to wake up a man who is faking his slumber. You open one eyelid, peer out carefully to see what is happening, and then quickly close it again, retreating into your cozy hiding place. You are terrified of the edge, so you play a clever intellectual game, asking me how to find the edge, consoling yourself that you would jump if only the edge were visible. But the edge is right in front of you. Every single moment of your life is a sharp, dangerous edge from which the ultimate jump into the unknown can be taken. Drop your cleverness. In the inner world, the clever are the most stupid, and the innocent, the ignorant, are the ones who arrive the fastest. Stop pretending. The house is on fire, and you are sitting comfortably inside, asking for a theoretical manual on how to use a ladder. Jump out of the window. Take the risk. Your life is at stake, and every moment you waste in pretension is a step closer to a psychological death. And this psychological death is what you are choosing every time you prefer the safe, well-trodden path of dead information over the hazardous, unpredictable reality of direct inner experience. You are constantly running away from your own subjectivity, because looking within feels like looking into a bottomless abyss where your cozy, familiar identity will be completely swallowed up. To avoid this inner encounter, the human mind develops a deep, insatiable fascination with the extraordinary, with the supernatural, with the manifestation of hidden mind powers. Let us delve deeper into the extraordinary mysteries that open up when samyama is masterfully applied to the inner layers of existence. Patanjali states that by directing the light of the superphysical faculty, knowledge is gained of the subtle, the hidden, and the distant. What is this superphysical faculty, and how does it operate? Ordinarily, your senses are directed entirely outward. Your eyes see only the gross surface of things. You see a wall, you see a tree, you see a human body, but you do not see the atomic dance happening inside the wall. You do not see the invisible movement of sap within the tree. You do not see the radiant bioenergy fields surrounding the human body. Your ordinary perception is crude, limited, and tuned only to a narrow frequency necessary for basic biological survival. But when you cultivate samyama, when your scattered mental energy is pulled back from 1,000 distractions and poured into a single sharp focus, your inner consciousness becomes like a powerful crystalline searchlight, This is the activation of the superphysical faculty. It is an inherent capacity of your awareness, completely independent of your physical eyes or ears. When a yogi directs this light toward any object, he immediately penetrates its outer material cell. He begins to see the subtle. What is the subtle? The subtle is the unmanifest cause behind the manifest effect. The gross world is merely the outer skin of reality. The subtle is the intricate energy matrix that gives birth to that skin. Think of a seed. The physical cell of the seed is grass, but the invisible blueprint trapped inside it, the potential that knows exactly how to draw nutrients from the earth and grow into a massive oak tree, that is the subtle dimension. When the superphysical faculty is active, you don't just see the external form of things, you see their energetic roots. You can look at a human body and see the invisible network of prana currents, the subtle pathways that yogis call nadis. You can see exactly where the life force is flowing beautifully, where it is blocked, and where it has become stagnant. You can diagnose an illness in the energy field long before it manifests as a physical symptom in the gross body. And what is the hidden? The hidden means those aspects of reality that are covered by the opacity of matter, are locked away in the deep recesses of time and space. To the ordinary eye, a solid wall or a heavy layer of earth is an absolute barrier. You cannot see what is buried deep underground. You cannot see what is happening behind a closed door. But to the light of the superphysical faculty, matter loses its absolute density. It becomes transparent, like clear glass. This is not a myth or a poetic exaggeration. Look at modern science. Science has created X-rays, radar, and advanced imaging technologies that can look through solid steel, human bone, and deep planetary strata. If a dead mechanical instrument created by the human mind can see through solid matter, why should it be difficult to understand that consciousness itself, which is the very creator of all science, can develop an inherent capability to look directly through the material veil? When your awareness is refined, the material world can no longer hide anything from you. The secrets locked inside a stone, the ancient memories trapped within a piece of land, or the hidden motives buried deep in a human heart become completely transparent to your gaze. And what is the distant? The distant means that which is separated from you by vast geographic spaces or even by the corridors of time. A yogi sitting in absolute silence in a remote cave in the Himalayas can direct this superphysical faculty toward a bustling city thousands of miles away and know exactly what is happening there in real time. To the unembodied consciousness, space ceases to be an obstruction. In the ultimate reality, the universe is not a collection of isolated fragments. It is a single, organic, interconnected whole. You are not an island cut off from the rest of existence. You are a wave in the one boundless cosmic ocean. When you are deeply centered in your own pristine subjectivity, you are connected to the entire ocean. Therefore, any point in that ocean becomes instantly accessible to your awareness. Distance is merely an illusion created by your identification with the physical body. To the pure witness, everything is right here, right now, perfectly present. Let us go even deeper into the practical, physical manifestations of this energy by looking at how the mind can transcend the basic physical laws of the earth. Patanjali talks extensively about the 5 pranas, the 5 vital winds, are energy currents that sustain your physical form. These currents are prana, apana, samana, udana, and vyana. Each of these currents has a specific function, a specific territory, and a specific direction of movement within your biological structure. Ordinarily, you live in complete ignorance of these forces. You think breathing is just a mechanical process of pulling oxygen into your lungs and throwing carbon dioxide out. That is only the chemical outermost layer. Inside that breath is the invisible life force itself. Let us understand the geography of these 5 currents very clearly, because one of them holds the absolute secret to defying gravity, the secret to levitation and walking on water. The first current is prana, which operates primarily in the chest area and moves upwards, governing your respiration. The second is apana, which operates in the lower abdomen and moves downwards, governing elimination, excretion, and childbirth. It is the force heavily aligned with the earth's gravity, pulling your energy down toward the material plane. The third is samana, which operates in the navel region, creating a central balancing fire that is responsible for digestion and the assimilation of food. The fourth is vyana, which pervades your entire nervous system, distributing the vital energy to every single cell, keeping your physical form integrated, alive, and cohesive. But the fifth current is the most mysterious, extraordinary, and spiritual of all. It is called Udana. The Udana current is located in the throat area, and its natural inherent direction of movement is upward, toward the head and into the sky. It is the energy of ascension. It is the specific force that operates when you are falling asleep, pulling your consciousness out of the physical senses into the subtle world of dreams and eventually into the deep, dreamless silence of sleep. It is also the current that becomes overwhelmingly active at the moment of death, pulling the soul out of the heavy physical vessel through the crown of the head. Patanjali says that by performing samyama on the Udana current, a yogi achieves absolute mastery over it, and from this mastery comes the attainment of lightness. He can walk on water, he can walk on mud, he can walk on sharp thorns without sinking and without being harmed. Let us understand the profound physics behind this phenomenon because it is incredibly beautiful. Gravity is a material law. It pulls weight downward toward the center of the earth. Your physical body has weight because it is composed of the earth element. But weight is not an absolute, unchangeable, static truth. It is a dynamic relationship between your body and the planet. When the Udana current is masterfully controlled and intensified through samyama, the upward moving energy within the body becomes so powerful, so radiant, that it completely counteracts, neutralizes, and overpowers the downward pull of gravity. The yogi becomes practically weightless. When such a man walks on water, his feet do not break the delicate surface tension of the water. He glides across it effortlessly, like a dry leaf blown across a lake by a gentle autumn breeze. When he steps on sharp thorns, his inner energy field is so elevated, so dense with light, and so weightless that the thorns cannot penetrate his skin. They simply bend beneath his feet or lose their power to wound. It is a literal state of anti-gravity. It is the ultimate manifestation of spiritual grace, overcoming the density of matter. You must understand that the human body is not a static machine. It is a dynamic vortex of shifting energies. If you change the inner configuration of the vortex, the physical laws that apply to it change immediately. This is why, in rare moments of deep artistic ecstasy, intense dance, or profound meditation, people have suddenly felt themselves floating. If a person is completely filled with the pure joy of existence, his very walk changes. He moves as if his feet are barely touching the ground. He carries a natural bounce and exquisite lightness in his step. The exact opposite happens when a man is depressed, heavily burdened with guilt, anxiety, and mundane ambition. He walks heavily, dragging his feet across the earth, as if the planet is pulling him down with double force. His apana current is overloaded, completely bogged down by his psychological baggage, while his udana current is dormant, crushed under the heavy weight of his ego. The mastery of udana is the scientific expansion of this inner lightness. A yogi transforms his entire physical form into a vehicle of the boundless sky, rather than a prisoner of the heavy earth. He moves with a total, unhindered freedom, completely untouched by the natural obstructions of the material plane. Now we must take a massive, revolutionary leap into the ultimate relationship between the mind and the material universe. This brings us to what Patanjali calls the Mahavideha state and the absolute mastery over the 5 elements, the Panch Bhutas. What is the Mahavideha state? The word Videha means bodiless and Maha means great. The Mahavideha state is the power to project your consciousness completely outside the physical and mental bodies and exist there independently. Let us understand this very deeply, because it shatters the foundation of how you perceive yourself. Right now, you live under a massive hypnotic illusion. You think your consciousness is locked safely inside your skull, are tightly confined within the boundaries of your skin. You think you are inside your body, looking out at the world through the small windows of your eyes. Yoga says this is a total upside down misunderstanding of reality. The body is not your container. On the contrary, your consciousness is vast, infinite, and your body is just a tiny microscopic point floating inside it. Your consciousness is like the vast, boundless sky, and your physical form is just a small, fragile cloud moving within that sky. But because you have identified yourself so intensely with the physical vessel from the moment of your birth, you have shrunk your awareness to match the small dimensions of the body. You live inside an artificial, self-created cage. The Mahavideha state means that through intense focused samyama, you break this identification completely. You find that you can step out of your physical body and out of your mental body, your thinking apparatus, and exist as a pure, naked focus of awareness completely outside yourself. You can sit across the room and look at your own physical form sitting on a chair with the exact same cold objectivity that you look at a piece of wooden furniture. You can see your own brain thinking, your own mind creating thoughts, yet you are completely detached from it, existing as a transcendent observer outside the entire apparatus. Patanjali says that when this state is achieved, the covering of the light is completely destroyed. The dark veil of ignorance, the heavy illusion of being a limited material entity, drops away forever. You realize your infinite, non-local nature. And from this supreme realization comes the absolute mastery over the five elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. These five elements are the foundational building blocks of the entire physical cosmos. Everything you see around you, the rugged rocks, the rushing rivers, the distant stars, and your own biological body, is nothing but a complex permutation and combination of these five elements. Patanjali explains that to gain absolute mastery over these elements, a yogi must perform samyama on their five distinct states: their gross state, their constant state, their subtle state, their all-pervading state, and their functional state. Let us bridge this ancient yogic science with modern quantum physics, because both are describing the exact same reality in different languages. For centuries, Western physics believed that matter was solid, hard, indestructible, and absolute. They thought the atom was a tiny solid billiard ball. But as science went deeper, as they began to split the atom, that solidity completely evaporated into thin air. Modern quantum physicists discovered that there is no such thing as matter at all at the core of existence. The deeper they dug into the heart of matter, the more it completely disappeared. They found that an atom is almost entirely empty space, a vast, hollow nothingness. And inside that vast nothingness, there are only minuscule waves of pure energy moving at incredible cosmic speeds. Matter is an illusion created entirely by the speed of energy. Think of an electric fan when it is completely still. You can see the three separate blades clearly. You can see the wide spaces between them. But if you turn the fan on and it begins to rotate at a high speed, the individual blades completely disappear from your vision. It looks like a solid, unbroken disk of air. If you try to throw a small stone through it, the stone will be bounced back instantly. The solidity of that disk is not real. It is a byproduct of pure speed. The entire material universe is exactly like that spinning fan. It is a cosmic dance of pure energy moving at such unimaginable speeds that it appears solid, tangible, and unyielding to your ordinary crude senses. Quantum physics calls these energy fields. Patanjali calls them the functional and subtle states of the elements. Now, what is the profound relationship between human consciousness and this cosmic energy field? This is the most revolutionary discovery of both ancient yoga and modern quantum mechanics. The observer directly affects the observed. The scientist in the laboratory has found that light behaves as a continuous wave or as a localized particle, depending entirely on how the scientist chooses to look at it. The mind of the observer directly influences the behavior of the subatomic energy. If a fragmented, ordinary human mind can influence an electron in a lab experiment, imagine what happens when a consciousness achieves total integration through samyama. When a yogi enters the Mahavideha stage and looks at the five elements, he is no longer an outsider trying to fight against nature. He has realized that his inner consciousness and the outer energy field are made of the exact same fundamental substance. They are two sides of the same cosmic coin. Because he knows the subtle, all-pervading and functional states of the elements from within his own being, his mind can directly commune with them. If he wants an object to move, what you call telekinesis, he does not use physical force. He does not use a tense, egoistic willpower. Willpower is an aggressive expression of the ego, and the ego can never master nature because it is a separate, isolated entity. No, he uses samyama. He dissolves his separateness. He becomes completely one with the energy matrix of the object. He merges his awareness with the air element, the earth element, and the water element surrounding that object. And because there is no longer any separation between the mover and the moved, the element responds to his inner focus instantly. The object moves as naturally as you move your own fingers. When you want to lift your hand, do you struggle? Do you use an external rope to pull it up? Do you code the laws of mechanics? No. You simply have a silent, subtle intent within your consciousness, and your hand moves immediately. Why? Because the hand is part of your integrated organic body. It is not separate from you. To a yogi who has mastered the five elements through the Mahavideha state, the entire universe becomes his body. The rocks, the wind, the water, the fire, all of it becomes a direct extension of his own organic being. Therefore, his inner intent becomes a cosmic command. If he intends for an object to rise, the elements rearrange their subatomic configurations to fulfill that intent. This is the theoretical and practical foundation of all miracles, of all telekinesis, of all supernatural phenomena. It is not a violation of natural laws. It is the operation of a much higher, deeper natural law that ordinary humanity is completely ignorant of. Through this mastery, Patanjali says, follows the attainment of anima and the other great perfections of the body. Anima is the power to become as small as an atom, to penetrate into the smallest microscopic dimensions of existence. There is Mahima, the power to become as vast as the universe, expanding your consciousness to encompass the stars. There is Laghima, the power of absolute weightlessness, and Garima, the power to become as heavy as a mountain, so solid that no force on earth can move you. Along with these powers comes the absolute perfection of the physical form. Patanjali describes this perfection as beauty, grace, strength, and an adamantine hardness. The body of such a yogi becomes luminous, perfectly proportioned, and incredibly resilient. It loses the power to obstruct the inner light. Ordinarily, your body is an obstruction. It gets tired, it gets sick, it feels heavy, it resists your spiritual aspirations. But when the elements are mastered, the body becomes a perfect, transparent temple for the soul. It becomes like a diamond, beautiful, radiant, yet completely unbreakable and indestructible in its energetic essence. Look at how your mind behaves when it hears about these perfections. The moment I describe Anima Mahima, or the power to move objects with a single glance, your mind goes into a state of deep greed and fascination. You begin to dream. You think, if I could only achieve this, I would be unstoppable. I would show the world who I am. I would be a master of the universe. This is where the great misunderstanding begins. People think that the path of yoga is a path to accumulate these extraordinary powers. They seek techniques, they read scriptures, they go to gurus, not because they want to dissolve their egos, but because they want to heavily fortify their egos with supernatural abilities. They want to use meditation as a weapon to conquer matter and manipulate people. But I want you to listen to me very carefully. The mind that is seeking power is the only barrier to achieving true power. The ego is a completely impotent entity. It has no power of its own. It only lives on borrowed energy, like a thief who has stolen wealth from the master's house and pretends to be a king. Your mind is full of borrowed thoughts, borrowed ideologies, borrowed desires. You have gathered your information from books, from society, from your parents, from your teachers. Nothing that you call your mind is truly yours. It is a collection of dust gathered from the roads you have traveled. And this collection of dust wants to manipulate the universe. It is an absolute absurdity. A man who is full of borrowed thoughts can never enter the Mahavideha state. He can never master the 5 elements, because to enter that state, you must first become completely empty. You must drop all your borrowed baggage. You must go through a total dissolution of your identity. In Sufism, there is a beautiful term for this. They call it fana. Fana means the total annihilation of the ego, the complete evaporation of the self. It is like a drop of water that falls into the vast ocean. If the drop remains rigid and says, I want to remain a drop, but I want to possess the power of the entire ocean, it will remain miserable, isolated, and helpless. It will dry up under the sun and disappear into nothingness. But if the drop is willing to lose its boundaries, if it takes the courageous jump and dissolves itself into the sea, it suddenly becomes the ocean. All the waves of the ocean become its waves. All the depth of the ocean becomes its depth. All the power of the ocean becomes its power. But notice the paradox, the ultimate cosmic joke. When the drop becomes the ocean, there is no drop left to brag about it. There is no ego left to say, look at how powerful I am. The power belongs to the ocean, not to the drop. In the exact same way, a yogi who achieves mastery over the elements does not possess that power as an individual ego. He cannot use it to show off in the marketplace. He cannot use it to perform cheap tricks for a crowd. He cannot use it to dominate others. Because the moment he tries to use it for personal egoistic gains, he creates a separation between himself and the whole. He steps out of the Mahavideha state. He falls from grace, and the power vanishes instantly, leaving him completely empty and shattered. True mystical transformation is never about gaining power. It is about becoming an absolute nobody. It is about reaching that state of pristine innocence where you have no desires of your own, where your personal will has been completely aligned and swallowed up by the cosmic will. You become just a hollow bamboo flute. If the cosmic musician wants to sing a song through you, you allow him to breathe through your emptiness. If he wants to create a melody that moves mountains, the melody happens. If he chooses to remain silent, you remain silent, perfectly content in your hollow nothingness. You do not demand a performance. You do not seek validation from the crowds. But the human mind is so deeply corrupted by politics and ambition that it cannot comprehend this beauty. Even in your spiritual search, you are looking for a bargain. You want to know what the returns will be. You ask, if I meditate for an hour every day, what will I get? Will my mind power increase? Will I be able to influence my boss? Will I be able to manifest money? Will I become psychic? You are looking at the vast, infinite sky of consciousness through the tiny, dirty hole of your greed. I tell you, drop this greed. This greed is the very poison that keeps you chained to the earth. If you want to touch the stars, your hands must be completely empty. If you want to master matter, you must first learn how to completely dissolve your mind. Look at the birds of the air. They do not practice yoga. They do not read Patanjali's sutras. They do not possess forbidden mind powers. Yet, look at their beauty. Look at their grace as they fly through the sky. They are perfectly in tune with existence. They do not worry about tomorrow. They do not hoard food for the winter. They do not fight wars over territory. They live completely in the present moment, trusting the universe to feed them, to protect them, and to give them wings. You have lost that primal innocence, that beautiful trust, because you have developed a mind that wants to calculate, manipulate, and dominate. You have traded your joy for power, your freedom for security, your innocence for knowledge, and now you are miserable, sitting in your artificial concrete prisons, dreaming of supernatural powers to rescue you from your self-created hell. I tell you, no power can rescue you except the power of surrender. Stop fighting against yourself. Stop trying to improve yourself, to change yourself, to become someone extraordinary. Accept your misery, accept your fear, accept your ignorance. Look at it directly, without any judgment, without any desire to escape. Just sit with your inner reality, exactly as it is in this present moment. If you can sit with your inner mass in absolute silence, without trying to change it, a miracle happens. The very light of your non-judgmental awareness begins to transform the mass. The dark energies of fear and anger begin to melt away, turning into the luminous qualities of love and peace. It is a natural alchemy. You don't need to manipulate the elements from the outside. The elements within your own body and mind rearrange themselves spontaneously when they are touched by the pure light of your consciousness. This is the path of true mastery. It is the path of yoga, the path of Sufism, the path of all the real mystics who have ever walked the earth. It is a path of dissolution, not accumulation. It is a path that leads you back home, to your original face, to that pristine state of being that you carried within you before your parents were even born. As we stand here at this critical juncture of understanding, we must prepare ourselves to face the ultimate attack that the ego will launch upon your consciousness. The closer you get to the light, the more ferocious the darkness becomes. The nearer you get to total liberation, the more sophisticated and deceptive the traps of the mind become. You must remain intensely alert, crystalline in your awareness, and completely rooted in your inner emptiness. Every single step forward requires a deeper letting go, a more radical surrender, and an absolute willingness to die to your past. Only then can you pass through the narrow eye of the needle and enter the kingdom of ultimate freedom, where no power is needed because you have become the whole. But to become the whole, you must be willing to lose the part. And this is where the final, most sophisticated crisis of the spiritual journey arises. When your consciousness reaches the peak of its integration, when your scattered mind is consolidated through samyama, the doors of the inner world fling open, and you are suddenly flooded with extraordinary psychic powers, telekinesis, levitation, the capacity to read thoughts across vast distances, the ability to materialize objects out of thin air. All these miracles become a tangible reality at your fingertips. Your very focus becomes a cosmic wand. But this is the exact moment that I must issue the gravest warning of all. A warning that the ancient mystics whispered with trembling hearts. This is the moment of the ego's last attack. Patanjali captures this supreme crisis in a single revolutionary sutra. He says, by being non-attached to even these powers, the seed of bondage is discharged. Then follows Kaivalya, liberation. There should be an avoidance of any attachment or pride to invitations from the superphysical entities in charge of various planes, because this would bring the possibility of the revival of evil. Let us try to understand this map with immense clarity, because it is very easy to separate yourself from worldly attachments. It is relatively easy to see through the foolishness of political power, of material wealth, of social prestige. Why? Because the outside world is inherently hopeless. It is fundamentally doomed. No matter how vast a mansion you build, no matter how many millions you accumulate in your bank accounts, or how high you climb on the ladder of political authority, the dark hand of death will eventually come and snatch it all away from you. Not much intelligence is required to see the absolute futility of worldly ambition. Every worldly achievement simply gives birth to 1,000 new frustrations. The more money you gather, the more you are forced to invest it to gain even more money, trapped in an endless, agonizing cycle of means and means, where the end never arrives. Sooner or later, even a stupid man becomes aware that he is a slave to a vicious circle, and he drops out. Non-attachment to the gross things of the earth is a simple transition of understanding. But when the spiritual world opens its majestic doors, non-attachment becomes 1,000,000 times more difficult. The psychic powers that blossom within you are not impotent like worldly things. They are incredibly real, deeply satisfying, and infinitely gratifying to the human psyche. They don't frustrate you. They are your own dormant potentials, finally coming to a magnificent, radiant flower. Death itself cannot destroy these inner capabilities. They survive the destruction of your physical form. And because they are so profoundly rewarding, because they make you feel like a god walking among ordinary mortals, it feels completely unnecessary to renounce them. The mind whispers, why sacrifice this? Why throw away the ability to move objects with a glance, or the power to heal the incurable? But Patanjali says that they have also to be completely sacrificed. If you do not renounce them, you will remain trapped in a world of complex visions, stuck forever on a refined spiritual power trip. And I tell you, religion is not a power trip. Religion is the total dissolution of the power trip. You are not seeking to fortify your ego With cosmic weapons, you are trying to find the whole, and the whole can only reveal itself when every single vestige of your separateness has been completely erased from existence. When you are not, God is. Look at the subtle, cunning nature of your mind. The ego is a master of camouflage. Its ways are incredibly sophisticated. If you block its path in one direction, it immediately finds a detour. And it does so in such a holy guise that you cannot even recognize it as the enemy. It is like an old woman who fell down the staircase and broke her leg. The doctor treated her, put her leg in a heavy plaster cast, and strictly warned her not to walk up or down the stairs under any circumstance. After 6 long months, the bone finally mended perfectly, and the doctor came back to remove the cast. The old lady giggled and asked him, "Doctor, can I finally climb the stairs now?" The doctor smiled and said, "Yes, absolutely, you are completely cured." The old lady let out a huge sigh of relief and said, "Oh, I am so glad. I was getting so terribly sick of climbing up and down the drain pipe every single day." This is exactly what you do with your ego. You block it from coming up the front staircase of the material world. You stop chasing money. You stop chasing cars. You stop chasing sexual gratification. You think you have renounced the world. You put on the beautiful robes of a sannyasin and you sit in deep meditation. But you have not renounced renunciation. Your ego has simply left the staircase and climbed right up the spiritual drain pipe. Now it sits enthroned in your inner being, looking down at the rest of humanity with a refined, poisonous arrogance. It whispers, "Look at how spiritual I am. Look at how beautifully I can concentrate. Look at these energy currents vibrating in my spine. I am a master of elements, while these poor worldly fools are still wallowing in the mud of the marketplace." You have simply traded a worldly ego for a spiritual ego, and a spiritual ego is 1,000 times more dangerous because it is transparent, hidden behind a pristine mask of humbleness and piety. You can easily look into a worldly man and see his vanity, but a man who is proud of his humbleness is almost incurable. If you tell a religious man that you have found someone far more humble than him, he will feel deeply insulted and hurt. Why? Because his humbleness has become his secret wealth, his hidden treasure. He is clinging to it through the drain pipe. I tell you, the world is not to be renounced. The ego has to be renounced. And the ego cannot be repressed or controlled. It must be allowed to completely evaporate through the intense, non-judgmental fire of your direct understanding. When you master samyama and your energy field begins to pulsate at an unimaginable cosmic frequency, you suddenly become a highly receptive broadcasting station. And Patanjali notes that at this stage, you begin to receive dramatic invitations from superphysical entities, from supraphysical forces that reside in charge of various hidden planes of the cosmos. For centuries, human history has been full of records of these encounters. The theosophists in the West spend their entire lives obsessed with these supraphysical entities, communicating with what they call the invisible masters of the universe. Whenever a human being elevates his consciousness, these higher entities try to establish a link, sending messages, visions, and profound insights. In the Islamic tradition, this is what is called a pagam, a direct cosmic message from the beyond, and the one who receives it is called a pagambar, the messenger. He is not an avatar. He is not God reincarnate. He is simply a hollow tube through which a higher cosmic plane is broadcasting its sound into the gross material world. When this happens to a seeker, Patanjali issues a strict, uncompromising command. There must be an absolute avoidance of any attachment or pride to these invitations. Why? Because the very moment you feel chosen, the very moment you think I am special, I am the elected one, I am the favorite instrument of the divine, pride enters your heart. And pride is the supreme trap. It is the final net that the ego throws over your awakening soul. The moment pride is born, the beautiful cosmic song falters. The channel is corrupted by the density of your vanity. The divine connection is snapped instantly, and you fall head first back into the lowest rungs of spiritual darkness. This is what the sutra calls the revival of evil, the resurgence of the separate self, heavily fortified by the memory of a cosmic experience. Look at the immense, heart-breaking tragedy of the fallen mystics and the fake miracle mongers that litter the history of religion. Take a man like Satya Sai Baba in India, or any of the popular miracle workers who fascinate the crowds by materializing Swiss watches, gold ass, or cheap trinkets out of thin air. What is the true inner mechanism behind them? In the beginning, in their early youth, a genuine contact happened. through some accidental alignment of energy, or through some basic practices of meditation in a past life, their higher centers opened slightly, and extraordinary psychic phenomena began to happen through them spontaneously as a natural byproduct. It was not their creation. It was a gift from the supra-physical plane. But the crowd gathered, the politicians came, the wealthy touched their feet, and the toxic poison of pride entered their consciousness. They began to look at themselves as special avatars, as cosmic entities. The moment that pride solidified, the authentic, fragile cosmic contact was completely lost forever. The channel dried up, but now they were trapped in a horrific psychological prison of their own making. They had an international reputation to maintain. They had millions of disciples who expected a miracle every single day. They had a massive image of prestige to protect. What could they do? Once the real power vanishes, they are forced to substitute it with sleight of hand, with cheap theatrical tricks, with deliberate fraud and deception. They become lower and more wretched than an ordinary street magician. An ordinary magician is honest. He openly tells you, this is a trick. This is a product of my physical skill. Enjoy it as an entertainment. But a fallen religious leader uses the exact same mechanical tricks and claims they are a divine manifestation of God, exploiting the deep, innocent greed of the faithful. They have fallen from the highest peak into the deepest abyss of spiritual perversion. All because they fail to understand Patanjali's simple warning: remain completely unattached to the byproducts of your awareness. If extraordinary phenomena happen through you during your meditations, and they will happen to many of you, because the dynamic techniques I give you are designed to aggressively shatter your blocks and set your dormant energy streaming like a wild river. You must observe them with absolute indifference. If an object moves because of your inner focus, or if you find yourself knowing a distant event before it transpires, treat it as a pure matter of fact, like the rain falling on the roof or the wind blowing through the trees. Never exhibit it in public. Never use it to amuse the curiosity of the marketplace. You are not a magician. You are not a circus performer. And you are not here to collect applause from a crowd of sleeping fools. In fact, if these forces are forced upon you by a higher plane, you should pray to the universe and say, please make me just a shadow. Let me be so utterly empty that I am not even aware of the goods or the miracles that are transpiring through my presence. Because if you remain consciously aware of your own miracles, the sly ego will find a way to take credit for them, and you will begin to slide backward into the dark. The ultimate pinnacle of human consciousness is to become what the Sufis call the holy shadow. There is a beautiful ancient story about a saint who was so purely innocent, so profoundly good, that the very angels in heaven were utterly bedazzled by his divinity. He didn't carry any ideology, he didn't preach any doctrines, and he never held a single concept about righteousness in his head. His life could be summarized by just two silent movements: he gave and he forgave. Yet these words never once passed his lips. They were simply expressed through his spontaneous smile, his radiant kindness, and his absolute tolerance for all human weakness. The angels went to God and pleaded, "Lord, this man is a living reflection of your grace. Please grant him the official gift of performing major miracles so that the world may witness his glory." God smiled and replied, "Go down to the earth and ask him directly what it is that he desires." The angels descended, stood before the saint in a flash of light, and said, "Would you like the touch of your hands to instantly heal every physical sickness on earth?" The saint smiled softly and replied, "No, absolutely not. I would much rather that God do that according to his own cosmic wisdom." The angels were surprised, but they persisted. "Would you like the supreme power to convert guilty souls? To look into a sinner's eyes and instantly pull them back onto the right path of virtue?" The saint shook his head and said, "No. That is the sacred mission of the angels. It is not my place to manipulate or convert any human heart." The angels tried a third time. "Would you then like to become a perfect model of patience and virtue, attracting thousands of men by the brilliant luster of your character, so that your life may glorify the divine?" The saint looked at them with deep compassion and said, "No. That would be a terrible disaster. If men are attracted to my personality, they will become estranged from God. They will start worshipping the container and completely miss the content." The angels were completely perplexed. They said, "You must choose a miracle, or we will be forced by a holy decree to impose one upon you against your will." The saint thought for a moment, laughed, and said, "Very well. If I must choose, then grant me this single wish, that I may do a tremendous amount of good in this world without ever knowing it. The angels took counsel among themselves and devised a perfect, flawless plan. They decreed that from that moment on, whenever the saint's shadow fell behind him or to either side, in a place where his own physical eyes could not see it, the shadow would possess absolute miraculous powers. As the saint walked down the dusty roads of the earth, completely unaware of his own back, his shadow touched the arid, cracked soil and turned it into a lush green meadow. When his shadow fell upon withered, dying plants, they suddenly burst into a magnificent, colorful bloom. When it passed over dried up brooks, cool, crystal clear water began to rush forth once more. Pale, sick children regained a vibrant, healthy color in their cheeks, and miserable, broken men and women were suddenly flooded with a deep, inexplicable joy. The saint simply continued going about his mundane daily life, diffusing supreme virtue exactly as the stars diffuse light and the flowers diffuse their exquisite scent, without ever being aware of it for a single second. And the local people, respecting his unfathomable humility, followed him in absolute silence, never once mentioning his miracles to his face. By and by, they completely forgot his historical name, and they simply referred to him across the lands as the Holy Shadow. This is the ultimate masterpiece of spiritual maturity, the absolute transfer of your center. You are no longer your own center. You have vanished completely, and God has become your center. You move through the world as nothing but His holy shadow. You cannot claim to be powerful, you cannot claim to be virtuous, and you cannot even claim to be religious, because there is no individual I left inside you to wear those heavy, prestigious labels. You have become a vast, pristine emptiness, a sacred void with no barriers, no blocks, and no defensive armor. Because you are completely vacant, the divine can flow through your organism, unhindered, uninterpreted, and completely untouched by human corruption. The cosmic melody passes through you exactly as it is, not as your small, greedy mind would like it to be. The center is lost forever. This is the profound alchemical meaning of Patanjali's sutra. You must sacrifice your very center. You must annihilate your identity utterly, erasing your name from the book of separation, so that you belong entirely to the vastness of existence. Look at your current life. Your entire existence is nothing but a frantic, pathological process of stuffing things in. You are a collector of useless rubbish. You accumulate dead knowledge from books. You accumulate money in banks. You accumulate degrees. You accumulate respectability. And you think that this mountain of dead weight will somehow fulfill your aching heart. I tell you, you are simply gathering dust and hallucinating that it is gold. The ego is a great falsifier, an absolute deceiver that keeps you trapped in a perpetual dream state. And when you enter the world of meditation, that same greed tries to conquer the spiritual plane. You want to hold experiences, you want to hold visions, you want to hold psychic perfections. Patanjali purposefully included this chapter on powers called the Vibhuti Pada, not to encourage your greed, but to map out the entire wilderness of your consciousness, so that you would not be caught unawares when these phenomena naturally arise. He is a cold, calculated scientist of the soul. He wants you to know where the final ambush of the mind is going to take place, so that you can prepare yourself with absolute crystalline alertness. Powers are a mechanical consequence of moving through the chakras. They happen on their own accord when the energy uncoils. But the true seeker does not look for power, he looks only for peace. Let peace be your single, unyielding goal. If you get entangled with power, your wings will be clipped instantly. Your flight into the infinite sky will come to a dead halt, and you will remain stuck on that specific spot for lifetimes. When you drop even the attachment to these extraordinary psychic capacities, when you look at telekinesis and levitation as nothing but passing clouds in the sky of your awareness, the very seed of bondage is burned to ashes. All karmic structures dissolve completely, and from that absolute emptiness arises what Patanjali calls Kaivalya, ultimate, supreme liberation. Let us understand the word Kaivalya very deeply, because it has a flavor completely unique to the science of yoga. In the East, different mystics have used different words to describe the ultimate terminal point of human evolution. Mahavira uses the word moksha, which means absolute freedom, the total shattering of all cosmic imprisonment. Buddha uses the most radical term of all, nirvana, which literally means the blowing out of a candle. Just as you blow out a small candle in the evening, and the flame simply disappears into the void, leaving no address behind. Buddha says the ego blows out and you cease to exist as an isolated entity. The drop has completely dissolved into the boundless cosmic ocean. But Patanjali chooses the word kaivalya, which means absolute aloneness. It is a state where you have reached such a profound depth of subjectivity that nobody else exists for you. Nothing else exists besides your pristine awareness. You are completely alone, absolute unto yourself, with nowhere to go, no desires to fulfill, and no boundaries to protect. You have finally arrived home. But do not confuse Patanjali's kaivalya with your psychological loneliness. Loneliness is a miserable, diseased state of mind where you are constantly feeling the painful absence of the other. In loneliness, you are hungry for a companion. You are begging for a relationship, and you are terrified of your own company. Loneliness is a hell, but aloneness is a magnificent, blissful beatitude where the very need for the other has completely evaporated from your soul. You are so deeply fulfilled in your own naked being, so overflowingly rich in your empty space, that the whole universe feels small in front of your presence. Loneliness is a beggar. Aloneness is an absolute emperor. To achieve this state of kaivalya, you must practice the subtlest discrimination of all, the discrimination between sattva and purusha. This is the ultimate peak of yogic intelligence. It is very easy to separate yourself from your physical body because the body is grass, visible and external. You can easily close your eyes and realize, I am not these bones, I am not this flesh, I am not this blood. It is also relatively easy to realize that you are not your physical senses. You can see that your eyes are just like pair of spectacles, mechanical instruments through which a hidden observer is peering out at the world. You can even separate yourself from the subtle energy pools, the tanmatras that sit behind your senses. You can watch your thoughts passing like clouds, realizing that you are separate from the mental body. But the final, most deceptive identification happens with your own intelligence, with the sattva, your intellect, your power of understanding, your brilliant capacity to discriminate. This is the most refined, transparent, and beautiful mechanism of your mind. It is so close to your true nature, so deeply saturated with the light of your awareness, that you naturally fall into the trap of thinking, I am this supreme intelligence, I am this deep understanding. Yoga says this is the final illusion that must be ruthlessly shattered. Intelligence is still a pool of energy. It is still an object of your awareness. Intelligence is simply the central reservoir, the common cosmic pool into which all your five senses pour their gathered information. Senses are like five rivers roaming the material world, collecting data and pouring it into the ocean of the mind. You are not the rivers, and you are not the central pool. You are the solitary watcher standing on the high bank, silently observing all the rivers pouring their waters into the sea. You are the irreducible subject, the knower that can never be reduced to a known object. When your intelligence matches the utter purity of your witness, when the sattva becomes as perfectly clean, quiet, and transparent as the Purusha itself, liberation is obtained instantly. It is like placing two perfectly pristine mirrors exactly facing each other in an empty room. What will be mirrored in them? Nothing. They will simply reflect each other's emptiness, remaining completely vacant, completely silent, and completely free. This supreme point of absolute non-dual void is what constitutes Kaivalya. It is not a liberation from the physical world. It is a total, beautiful liberation from your self-destructive identifications. Allow these words to sink deep into the soil of your heart. Do not collect them as theories. Do not memorize them as dead knowledge, and do not make them into another cage of belief. I am here to dismantle your cages, not to give you a more comfortable cell. Sit in absolute silence today. Close your eyes. Let the entire outer world dissolve into a dream, and look at the traffic of your mind without a single movement of judgment or choice. Watch the white dots of your thoughts pass by, and focus your entire being on the vast black spaces of nothingness in between. If a lightning flash of psychic power illuminates the dark, do not run after it. Do not touch it with your greed. Remain firmly established as the unmoving watcher on the hill. Let the candle of your separate self burn down completely until the last bit of wax disappears and the flame takes the ultimate courageous jump into the infinite abyss of eternity. You are a god who has gone to sleep, dreaming that you are a helpless man trying to conquer matter. Wake up from the dream, reclaim your original face, Put your full weight down on the airplane of existence and relax into the boundless, ecstatic freedom of your own true nature. And this true nature is completely independent of whatsoever you have accumulated from the outside world. This original face is not something that you can manufacture through your own efforts. It is already there, vibrating and pulsating in the deepest core of your being. But to recognize it, you must understand the grand, beautifully orchestrated hallucination that you call your mind. You live in a state of constant projection, creating a subjective reality out of borrowed thoughts, borrowed ideas, and borrowed ambitions. You look at the material world and you want to dominate it. You look at the spiritual world and you want to conquer it. But the one who wants to conquer is himself a complete fiction. Let us look deeply into the nature of this fiction, into the very background of the illusions that hold you captive. In the Sufi tradition, it is understood that the mind is nothing but a marketplace of borrowed goods. You do not have a single thought that is genuinely your own. From the very moment of your birth, society has been pouring its conditioning into your empty consciousness. Your parents, your teachers, your priests, your politicians, they have all been stuffing your head with their own prejudices, fears, and concepts. You have gathered this vast mountain of garbage and you have become completely identified with it. You say, "This is my mind, these are my thoughts, this is my philosophy." But if you look closely, if you begin to dismantle this structure piece by piece, you will find that you are completely empty. The mind is a borrowed entity, an imitation, a false reflection of reality. And because the mind is false, it lives in a state of perpetual insecurity. It is always terrified of being exposed, always afraid that its emptiness will be discovered. To protect itself, the ego creates a massive shield of vanity and ambition. It seeks power in every direction. It wants to accumulate wealth. It wants to command respect. It wants to achieve fame. And when it enters the realm of the spiritual, it does not drop this habit, it simply refines it. The ego looks at the path of yoga, it hears about the extraordinary phenomena of samyama, it reads about telekinesis, levitation, and the mastery over the 5 elements, and it immediately leaps up with an intense burning greed. It thinks, if I can master these secret mind powers, If I can move objects with my thoughts, if I can defy the laws of gravity, then I will be the ultimate master. Then nobody can look down on me. I will be like a god on this earth. But this search for power is the ultimate barrier to true transformation. Mystical transformation is not about gaining power. It is about the total dissolution of the ego. It is about what the Sufis call fana, the complete evaporation of the separate self, so that only the divine grace remains. I am here not to give you a secret formula to increase your mind power. I am here to pour my grace into you, to help you drown your ego in the boundless ocean of consciousness. But to receive this grace, you must become an open window. You must drop all your defenses, all your cleverness, and all your deep-seated desires for manipulation. Let me tell you an anecdote to show you how the mind operates when it is confronted with the possibility of true grace. I have heard that a great seeker traveled for many years through distant lands, searching for a master who could teach him the ultimate secret of alchemy, the power to turn base metals into pure gold. He spent his entire fortune, endured immense hardships, and climbed the highest mountains, but every guru he met gave him only long lectures on morality and meditation. They told him to control his anger, to practice charity, and to sit in silence. But the seeker was not interested in virtue. He was interested in power. He wanted a pragmatic scientific method to manipulate matter. Finally, he heard of a silent Sufi mystic living in a remote desert oasis. It was said that this mystic possessed the fabled philosopher's stone, and that anyone who sat in his presence would be filled with an extraordinary, unearthly abundance. The seeker rushed to the oasis, threw himself at the mystic's feet, and cried, "Master, I have spent my entire life searching for the secret power to transform matter. I have dropped all worldly ambitions. I have lived like a beggar, and I have traveled through fire and water. Please have compassion on me. Teach me the secret of alchemy. Give me the power to turn iron into gold." The Sufi master looked at him with eyes full of deep, infinite sorrow. He remained silent for a long time, and then he said, "My friend, you have misunderstood the nature of this place. I do not possess any stone that can change iron into gold. I am an absolute nobody. I have dropped my own mind completely. And because I am empty, the divine grace flows through me like a cool spring. If you want to sit with me, you are welcome. But I have nothing to give you except a chance to dissolve your own ego, a chance to pour my grace into your heart so that you can realize that you are already the ultimate treasure. The seeker was deeply disappointed and angry. He stood up, dusted his robes, and said, "You are a fraud. You are hiding the secret from me because you are selfish and want to keep all the power for yourself. I do not want your grace, I do not want your silence, and I do not want your emptiness. I want the method to manipulate the world." And he stormed away back into the scorching desert, continuing his frantic, hopeless search for power until the day he died. Look at the immense tragedy of this man. The ultimate miracle was right in front of him. The chance to dissolve his separate identity and become one with the entire cosmos. The chance to experience the supreme alchemy of consciousness. But his mind was so heavily blinded by greed, so completely obsessed with the idea of manipulating matter, that he chose to remain a miserable beggar. He wanted to change iron into gold on the outside, while his inner soul remained as dark and cold as a piece of lead. This is exactly what you do when you run after psychic powers, when you become fascinated by telekinesis or forbidden mind powers. You are looking for toys in the marketplace, completely blind to the diamond that is already hidden within your own chest. Let us understand the nature of thoughts very deeply, because your thoughts are the instruments through which the ego tries to create its illusions. You think that you are the author of your thoughts. You think that you are the one who is thinking. But this is a total misunderstanding. Thoughts are like radio waves passing through the air. A radio transmitter broadcasts a melody, and if your receiver is tuned to that specific frequency, it catches the wave and plays the song. You don't create the song, your mechanism simply catches it. In the exact same way, the atmosphere of the earth is filled with millions of thoughts, ideologies, and desires that have been generated by humanity for thousands of years. Your brain is a highly sensitive organic receiver. Depending on your moods, your conditioning, and your hidden desires, you catch certain thoughts and immediately claim them as your own. If you are full of anger, you tune into the destructive thoughts floating in the environment. If you are full of greed, you catch the thoughts of manipulation and power. You are not thinking, you are simply being lived by the collective mind of humanity. You are a victim of a massive, ancient infection. And when you try to use these borrowed thoughts to practice concentration or to achieve psychic abilities, you are simply fortifying the infection. You are using the very disease to find a cure, which is an absolute impossibility. Mullah Nasruddin went to see a doctor because he was feeling terribly sick, constantly trembling and hallucinating. The doctor examined him thoroughly, shook his head, and said, Nasruddin, you are suffering from a highly advanced, dangerous psychological split. Your mind is completely divided against itself. You have developed an artificial personality that is trying to control your real self. Nasruddin looked at the doctor with great excitement and said, Doctor, that is wonderful news. Can you give me a powerful drug or a secret technique to make that artificial personality even stronger, so that it can completely crush the real self once and for all? This is the exact condition of the human mind. The ego is the artificial personality, the false entity created by your borrowed thoughts. And when you look for hidden mind powers, when you want to achieve telekinesis or levitation, you are asking for a technique to fortify the false, a technique to help the illusion completely dominate your pristine reality. I tell you, true power does not lie in strengthening the ego, it lies in its absolute destruction. Real mind power is realized only when the mind itself is completely suspended. When you step out of the mental body into the Mahavideha state and look at the whole drama as a detached witness. Let us examine the phenomenon of telekinesis from this ultimate perspective of consciousness. Suppose you practice concentration for years, narrowing your focus down to a laser beam, and you finally achieve the ability to move a small object across a room with a single glance. The crowd gathers, they gasps in amazement, they look at you as an extraordinary miracle man. But let us look at the reality of what has transpired. An object has moved from point A to point B. What have you truly changed in the cosmos? Nothing. The universe remains exactly as it was. The rocks still stand. The stars still roll. And death is still waiting to swallow you up. But what has happened to your inner state? Your ego has become 1,000 times more solid, more arrogant, and more deeply entrenched in its separation. You have used your spiritual energy to build a massive, unbreakable golden cage for your soul. You have traded your chance for ultimate liberation for a cheap theatrical performance in the marketplace. I have heard of a great yogi who practiced intense austerities on the banks of the Ganges for 25 long years. He lived on nothing but dry leaves, endured the freezing winters without clothes, and sat in deep concentration day and night. Finally, he achieved a psychic perfection. He could walk across the surface of the rushing river without sinking. He was filled with immense pride. He traveled to the nearest city, stood on the river bank in front of a massive crowd, and walked majestically across the water to the other side and back. The people fell at his feet, worshipping him as a divine incarnation. A silent Zen master happened to be passing by. He stood on the bank, watched the performance, and began to laugh uproariously. The yogi felt deeply insulted. He walked up to the master and said, "Why are you laughing at my divine perfection? Do you know that it took me 25 years of intense, agonizing practice in the mountains to achieve this mastery over the water element?" The Zen master looked at him with deep pity and said, "You are an absolute fool. Whatsoever you have achieved in 25 years can be done by any ordinary peasant for just 2 copper coins. He can simply pay the ferryman, and the ferryman will take him across the river in 5 minutes, while he sits comfortably and enjoys the view. You have wasted 25 years of your precious human life to save 2 copper coins, and in the process, you have turned your soul into a heavy, rigid rock of pride." This is the ultimate stupidity of the pursuit of psychic powers. All miracles that manipulate matter are completely trivial, completely insignificant when compared to the ultimate miracle of awakening. The only real miracle is to drop your mind completely and enter into the eternal silence of your own true being. The only real miracle is to look into the gaps between your thoughts, to recognize the Nirodh Parinam, and to allow your separate identity to dissolve into the boundless whole. When you are empty, the whole universe begins to take care of you. You don't need to move an object with your mind because you realize that you are the very energy that moves the stars. You don't need to walk on water because you find that you are the very ocean of life itself, completely deathless, timeless, and unborn. But the mind loves complexity. It hates simplicity. Simplicity is the death of the ego. If I tell you that the path to ultimate freedom is simply to sit in silence, to watch your breath, and to allow your thoughts to pass like clouds without any judgment, your mind says, "Oh, that is too simple, that is too easy. Anyone can do that. Give us something difficult, something mysterious, something dangerous. Give us a secret method to open the third eye, a forbidden technique to activate the Kundalini energy, are a manual on how to perform telekinesis. The ego wants a challenge, a mountain to climb, a battle to fight. Because in the fight, in the struggle, the ego feels alive, active, and important. If there is no struggle, if you are asked to just relax and let go, the ego begins to panic. It realizes that if it relaxes, it will disappear. This is why people are so deeply fascinated by spiritual technology, by complex systems of yoga and occultism. They turn the path of meditation into a highly technical engineering project. They talk about different planes of consciousness, different energy currents, and different secret formulas, as if they are building a rocket ship to travel to heaven. But I tell you, you don't need any rocket ship. Heaven is not somewhere far away in the sky. It is right here, right now, pulsating in the very air you breathe. You don't need to travel anywhere. You need to stop all your journey. You don't need to become anyone else. You need to drop all your efforts to become and simply be. Look at the flowers in the garden. They don't have any technology. They don't have any hidden mind powers. And they don't practice any technical systems of concentration. Yet, look at their absolute perfection. Look at their exquisite beauty. They grow spontaneously. They flower spontaneously. And they release their fragrance to the wind without any calculation. They are in a state of total, continuous surrender to the forces of nature. They trust the rain to wash them, the sun to warm them, and the earth to nourish them. They live in absolute grace. You have lost that grace because you have trusted your calculating mind over the organic wisdom of existence. You have become an expert in manipulation, a technician of survival, and your life has become a heavy, joyless burden. Even when you look for God, you look for Him with the mind of a technician. You want to know the exact steps, the guarantees, the returns on your investment. But God cannot be calculated. He cannot be manipulated, and He cannot be achieved through your technical efforts. He can only be invited through your absolute emptiness. He can only enter your house when you have completely stepped out of it, leaving the door wide open. Let us return to the profound insight of Patanjali regarding the final discrimination between Sattva and Purusha. This is where the highest peak of spiritual intelligence is required. When you sit in deep silence, when your mind is completely quieted through Nirodha, your intelligence becomes perfectly pure, radiant, and transparent. It reflects the truth like a flawless mirror. This state of pure intelligence is what Patanjali calls sattva. It is full of light, full of joy, and full of immense peace. It is the most beautiful, refined thing that can happen within the human psychological structure. And because it is so beautiful, the final, most dangerous trap is born. You look at this radiant intelligence, you look at this deep peace and joy, and you immediately identify with it. You say, I am this light, I am this peace, I am this supreme understanding. You think you have arrived. You think you have achieved enlightenment. But Patanjali says that even sattva is an object of awareness. The light is visible to you. The peace is experienced by you. And the understanding is known by you. Therefore, you are separate from them. You are the one who is witnessing the light, the one who is experiencing the peace, the one who is aware of the Supreme Intelligence. You are the Purusha, the pure, unattached witness that sits completely beyond all objects, beyond all experiences, and beyond all planes of existence. To achieve Kaivalya, to enter into ultimate liberation, you must practice the subtlest discrimination. You must look at your own radiant intelligence with the exact same detachment that you look at a stone on the road. You must say, I am not this light, I am not this peace, I am not this supreme understanding. I am the solitary witness that is aware of them all. When this final identification is dropped, when the mirror of your intelligence ceases to cling to its own reflections and simply remains vacant, the ultimate explosion happens. The sattva and the purusha match each other in utter purity. Duality disappears completely, and you enter into the eternal, non-dual void of existence. This is the state of absolute aloneness, the state of Kaivalya. It is a state where you are completely free from the other, because you have realized that there is no other. The entire universe is nothing but a magnificent dance of your own infinite consciousness. You are the star that rolls in the sky. You are the wind that blows through the trees. You are the river that rushes to the sea. And you are the silent void out of which everything is born. When you reach this peak, all talk of hidden mind powers, of telekinesis, of levitation becomes completely absurd, completely childish. Why should you want to move a small object with your mind when you have found that the entire cosmos is your own body? Why should you want to walk on water when you have realized that you are the very ocean of eternity. My beloved friends, drop all your fascinations with the supernatural. Stop wasting your precious human lives in the pursuit of cheap, egoistic perfections. The house is on fire and you are playing with plastic toys in the front yard. Wake up from your long, deep sleep. Look into your own subjectivity with absolute crystalline awareness. Become a non-judgmental witness to the traffic of your thoughts and learn to fall into the silent, empty gaps in between. Trust the organic wisdom of existence. Put your full weight down on the airplane of reality and allow yourself to let go completely. Do not seek power, seek only peace. Do not try to become someone extraordinary. Find the immense ecstatic beauty of becoming an absolute nobody. Let the grace of existence flood your empty vessel. Let your separate identity evaporate like a morning mist under the sun and relax into the boundless, eternal freedom of your own true, unborn nature. And this relaxation is not a passive lethargy. It is the highest form of dynamic, alive inactivity. The worldly mind always confuses relaxation with laziness. Because to the mind, life only has meaning when you are doing something. When you are projecting your willpower into the future. When you are fighting, struggling, or manufacturing an outcome. The mind is a chronic doer. It feels terrified of inactivity because in total stillness, the machinery of the ego has nothing to grind, nothing to chew on, and it begins to rust and fall apart. But the stillness I am speaking of is a highly vibrant, intensely alert state of awareness where your doing has completely ceased, but your being is at its absolute peak of potentiality. It is a state where you are doing nothing, yet everything is happening through you spontaneously, naturally, and effortlessly. In the mystical traditions of the East, this state is described as the transition from absolute dissolution to ultimate resurrection. In Sufism, as I have told you, the first stage is fana, the total annihilation of the separate self. But fana is not the end of the journey. Beyond fana lies baka, the eternal abiding in the divine consciousness. When the drop dissolves into the ocean, that is fana. But when the ocean begins to live and breathe through the tiny drop, that is baka. You disappear as a separate, isolated, miserable ego, but you reappear as the infinite presence of the universe itself. You lose your small, fragile identity, but you inherit the entire cosmic kingdom. But the mind cannot comprehend this resurrection because it can only think in terms of loss or gain. It asks, if I disappear completely, who will enjoy the kingdom? Who will feel the bliss? Who will experience the freedom? Look at the persistent, stubborn nature of your greed. Even when you are contemplating the highest spiritual liberation, you want to ensure that your small ego remains present to collect the prize, to sign the receipt, and to brag about the achievement to its friends. You want to have your cake and eat it too. You want to become enlightened, but you want to remain as yourself, so you can wear the crown of enlightenment in the marketplace. Let me tell you a beautiful parable to show you the deep hidden agendas that the mind carries into the temple of truth. I have heard that a powerful emperor who had conquered many lands and amassed unimaginable wealth suddenly felt a deep, piercing, existential boredom. He looked at his vast palaces, his beautiful queens, and his thousands of loyal soldiers, and he realized that none of it could protect him from the inevitable approach of old age and death. He felt an intense burning desire to find a master who could show him the path to eternal life, the path to absolute peace. He left his capital in the middle of the night, disguised as a simple beggar, and walked for many months through the dense jungles and burning deserts until he reached the cave of an ancient silent mystic. The emperor threw his royal crown onto the dirt, prostrated himself before the mystic, and cried, "Master, I have renounced my entire empire, my wealth, my power, and my prestige. I have come to your feet as a naked beggar, hungry for the truth. Please accept me as your disciple and show me the way to ultimate freedom." The mystic opened his eyes, looked at the emperor, and then looked at the crown lying in the dust. He smiled softly and said, "My friend, you have renounced nothing. You have simply brought your royal marketplace into this silent cave. You have thrown your crown on the ground, but you are looking at it out of the corner of your eye to see if I am sufficiently impressed by your great renunciation. You say you are a naked beggar, but your voice is still full of the arrogance of a conqueror who wants to command the divine truth, just as he commanded his armies. You want to add enlightenment to your list of conquests so that you can go back to your palace and say, 'Look, I am not only the master of the earth, I am also the master of heaven. Go back to your kingdom. Your renunciation is false, a clever theatrical mask worn by your ego, to hide its insatiable hunger for supreme power. The emperor felt deeply shattered, but in that moment of absolute exposure, a lightning flash of real understanding touched his heart. He realized that the mystic was perfectly right. His renunciation was nothing but a new, refined strategy of his ego to feel superior to all other kings. He sat down in the dirt, closed his eyes, and began to weep tears of pure innocence. He didn't ask any more questions. He didn't demand any techniques. And he didn't look at his crown anymore. He simply sat there, allowing his pride to melt away in the fire of the Master's presence. And in that total wordless surrender, the ultimate miracle happened. His mind fell completely silent. The boundary of his ego dissolved into the empty desert air, and he tasted the exquisite bliss of Baka for the very first time. You must look into your own heart and see if you are carrying a hidden crown into your spiritual search. When you practice concentration, when you look for hidden mind powers, when you dream of telekinesis or levitation, you are doing exactly what that emperor did. You are trying to conquer the spiritual plane with the same aggressive, violent willpower that you use to compete in the material world. You want to use the sacred science of samyama as a tool to fortify your separate identity, to make yourself bulletproof against the vulnerabilities of life. But I tell you, the door of the divine can never open for a conqueror. It only opens for a child, for a nobody, for someone who is willing to leave his crown, his cleverness, and his entire identity completely behind. As you move deeper into the path of meditation, as your energy currents begin to uncoil and stream upward through the vertical channel of your spine, you will come across the magnificent, highly deceptive topography of the inner worlds. This is the realm of the chakras, the subtle energy vortexes that sit within your etheric body. Each chakra represents a specific plane of consciousness, a specific layer of your potentiality, and a specific set of extraordinary psychic capabilities. Ordinarily, your energy is stuck in the lowest three centers: the Muladhara, which is concerned with basic biological survival, fear and security; the Swadhisthana, which is concerned with sexuality, sensuality and pleasure; and the Manipura, which is the center of the navel, the source of ego, willpower, ambition and political control. The vast majority of humanity lives and dies completely confined within these lower three centers. Their entire life is nothing but a repetitive, mechanical dance between fear, sex, and power. They are like animals who have been given a magnificent, multi-storied palace, but they choose to spend their entire lives living in the dark, damp basement, fighting over scraps of food. When you begin to meditate, when you practice the techniques of awareness that I give you, the energy breaks through the heavy dam of the navel center and climbs up into the higher chambers of the palace. It reaches the Anahat, the heart chakra, where fear turns into love, where aggression turns into compassion, and where your life begins to take on a beautiful, poetic fragrance. But the real danger begins when the energy ascends even higher, reaching the Visuddha center in the throat and the Agna center between the eyebrows, what the mystics call the third eye. The third eye is the absolute seat of the mind's inner power. It is the central command station from which all psychic phenomena, all telekinesis, all levitation, and all supernatural visions are operated. When your consciousness touches the third eye, your inner sight becomes incredibly acute. You can see through solid matter. You can hear the celestial harmonies of the uncreated universe, what the ancient rishis called Anahat Nad, and you can project your thoughts so intensely that they materialize as concrete realities in the physical world. This is the ultimate testing ground for the seeker. It is a place of immense beauty, immense wonder, and unimaginable temptation. It is far more difficult to pass through the third eye without getting stuck than it is to walk away from all the wealth and pleasures of the material world. Why? Because at the third eye, you feel like an absolute God. You are no longer a helpless human being at the mercy of physical laws. You can direct the elements, you can heal the sick, you can predict the future, and you can see the past lives of everyone who comes near you. The mind whispers, "Look at what you have achieved. You have reached the very peak of human evolution. Why go any further? Sit here, enjoy this power, and let the world worship you as a living deity." But Patanjali warns us with absolute scientific precision that all these psychic perfections, all these magnificent visions and capabilities are nothing but beautiful obstacles, golden chains that hold you back from ultimate liberation. They are the final amusement park of the ego. If you become fascinated by the scenery of the third eye, if you begin to display your powers to the crowds or use them to manipulate your circumstances, your vertical ascent comes to an immediate dead halt. You get stuck on that specific plane for lifetimes, trapped in a highly refined spiritual illusion that is 1,000,000 times more difficult to shatter than any worldly attachment. You must understand that seeing visions of gods, angels, or celestial light is still a phenomenon of duality. If you see a light, that light is an object external to you. There is still a division between the seer and the seen, between the experiencer and the experience. And wherever there is division, there is mind. The mind is a master of creating highly sophisticated, holy hallucinations to keep you amused, so that you do not take the final fatal jump into the absolute void of no mind. It can project a beautiful vision of Jesus, a radiant form of Buddha, or a magnificent display of cosmic light, and your ego will feel deeply gratified, thinking that it has achieved the ultimate goal. But I tell you, a true mystic does not care about visions. A true mystic wants to see the one who is seeing the visions. He doesn't care about the light. He wants to know who the witness of the light is. He ruthlessly rejects all internal scenery, saying, Neti, neti, not this, not that. If a god appears in his meditation, he cuts off the head of that god with the sharp sword of his awareness. He refuses to be entertained, refuses to be stopped by any spiritual ties. He keeps his eyes firmly fixed on the absolute emptiness, on the irreducible subjectivity that lies completely beyond all experiences. To pass through the third eye into the highest center, the Sahasrar, the 1,000-petaled lotus at the crown of the head, you must go through a process of radical, uncompromising deconstruction. You must allow all your past impressions, all your hidden blueprints of desire, what Patanjali calls samskaras, to be completely roasted, fried to ashes in the intense fire of your crystalline awareness. This is what constitutes the state of Nirbij Samadhi, seedless integration. Let us understand the mechanism of these seeds very deeply. Every time you live a moment with greed, with anger, with fear, or with ambition, you create a subtle impression in the deepest dark basement of your unconscious mind. This impression is like a tiny, highly concentrated seed. It carries a specific energetic blueprint, a specific drive to repeat the behavior in the future. You may suppress your anger on the surface. You may practice artificial manners and look perfectly calm to the outside world. But the seed of anger remains alive and well in the basement, waiting for the right season, the right provocation to sprout and take control of your organism once again. When you begin to practice samyama, the intense light of your focused consciousness penetrates into the deepest, darkest recesses of your unconscious. It acts like a powerful cosmic radiation, searching out these hidden seeds of desire and exposing them to the light. If you look at these seeds with absolute non-judgmental detachment, without any choice, without any condemnation or justification, the fire of your awareness roasts the seeds completely. A roasted seed can never sprout. It remains there as a dead entity, completely deprived of its potential to create future bondage, completely stripped of its power to pull you back into the cycle of desire and frustration. This process of roasting the seeds is the most difficult, painful work of the entire spiritual pilgrimage. It requires immense courage, immense patience, and an absolute willingness to face your own inner demons. When the basement is opened, all the repressed garbage of lifetimes comes floating up to the surface of your mind. You will feel sudden, inexplicable waves of ferocious rage, deep, dark depressions, intense sexual cravings, and terrifying fears of death. The ordinary mind becomes completely panicked by this onslaught. It thinks, oh, I was much better off before I started meditating. I used to be so peaceful, and now I am full of chaos, full of madness. This meditation is making me crazy. But I tell you, meditation does not create the madness. It simply exposes it. The madness was already there, hidden safely in the dark basement, poisoning your entire life from behind the scenes. Meditation is nothing but a thorough house cleaning operation. It pulls the hidden dirt out into the open so that it can be swept away by the wind of awareness. You must remain intensely alert, unmoving as a rock on the hill, as this internal storm rages around you. Do not fight against the chaos. Do not try to suppress it, and do not become identified with it. Simply watch it pass by, knowing that every thought, every feeling, and every demon that surfaces is a seed that is being burned to ashes, a layer of your ancient bondage that is disappearing from existence forever. When the last seed has been roasted, when the deep basement of your unconscious is completely cleaned out and turned into a pristine, empty space, you enter into the state of nirbija samadhi. All journeying stops, all motivations disappear, and the wheel of karma comes to an absolute dead halt. There is no longer any force to pull you forward into the future, and there is no longer any weight to drag you back into the past. You are established in the absolute, timeless eternity of the present moment. You have arrived at the Sahasrar, the crown of the head, where the 1,000-petaled lotus opens its magnificent petals to the sky, filling your entire being with a cool, radiant, unearthly light. And what happens to a man who achieves this ultimate liberation? Does he disappear from the physical world? Does he become a ghost floating away into the sky? No. He returns to the marketplace, but he returns as a completely different entity. On the outside, he looks perfectly ordinary. He walks on the same earth, eats the same food, wears the same clothes, and speaks the same language as everyone else. If you see him walking down the street, you may completely miss him, because he does not carry any visible signs of his divinity. He does not wear a shining halo. He does not perform miracles to impress the crowd. And he does not possess any forbidden mind powers that he wants to show off. In the Zen tradition, this ultimate state is captured beautifully in the famous 10 bulls story. The search begins with a man looking for his last bull in the wilderness. The bull represents his true, original self, which has been lost in the dense jungle of conditioning and mind. He finds the tracks. He spots the bull hidden among the trees. He catches it after a long, fierce struggle, and he tames it completely. He rides the bull back home, playing a beautiful melody on his flute, full of immense joy and peace. Then both the bull and the man disappear into a massive empty circle, the state of absolute sunya, the total void of nirbij samadhi. But the story does not end with the empty circle. The 10th and final picture is called entering the marketplace with helping hands. The man reappears in the ordinary world. He is no longer a solitary hermit sitting in a remote cave. He walks into the bustling marketplace, drinking wine with the shopkeepers, laughing with the children, and helping the poor. His boots are covered in dust. His face is smeared with the dirt of the earth, but his eyes are full of a deep, infinite compassion. He carries a bottle of wine, and whoever looks into his face is instantly intoxicated with the divine grace. He does not preach any grand philosophies. He does not give long lectures on morality, and he does not perform cheap miracles like telekinesis or levitation. His very presence, his ordinary day-to-day existence, becomes a transforming, healing force for every single soul that crosses his path. This is the poetry of ordinary life, what the Zen masters call chopping wood and carrying water. After enlightenment, you simply return to the most mundane, simple task of existence, but you do them with an absolute total presence that changes their entire quality. When you chop wood, there is only the chopping of wood. There is no mind dreaming of the future, no ego planning its next conquest, and no separate self trying to feel important. The axe moves, the wood splits, and the entire cosmos participates in that simple, beautiful movement. When you carry water from the well, there is only the cool weight of the bucket, the sound of the splashing water, and the gentle touch of the wind on your skin. You are completely relaxed, completely at home in the physical world, perfectly content to be an absolute nobody. Look at the profound beauty of this state. It is a state where you have mastered the elements not by fighting against them, not by using the aggressive force of telekinesis, but by completely surrendering your separate will to the supreme will of nature. You don't need to control the air element or the earth element because you are no longer separate from them. You move with the wind, you flow with the water, you burn with the fire, and you sit with the ancient solidity of the rocks. You are no longer an outsider trying to manipulate a foreign universe. You are the universe itself, celebrating its own existence through your unique, fragile physical form. But the worldly mind, which is deeply sick with ambition and competition, cannot comprehend this exquisite simplicity. It looks at a liberated master who is chopping wood and thinks, what a waste of time. If this man is truly enlightened, if he has mastered samyama, why isn't he using his powers to change the world? Why isn't he performing miracles on television, solving the political crisis, or materializing wealth to end poverty? Why is he sitting here quietly, wasting his extraordinary mind power on mundane course? This is the typical short-sighted ignorance of the marketplace. The mind thinks that the only way to change the world is through manipulation, through external force, through political or social engineering. But all your attempts to change the world from the outside have only resulted in creating greater chaos, greater misery, and greater destruction. Look at human history. Every politician, every revolutionary, every ideologue who promised to build a utopia on earth ended up creating a living hell for millions of people. Why? Because they were trying to change the outer skin of society, while their own inner minds remained full of greed, full of aggression, and full of the toxic poison of the ego. They were blind leaders trying to guide other blind men, and they all fell head first into the ditch together. The real transformation of the world happens not through external manipulation, but through the silent, invisible radiation of your inner awakening. When a single human consciousness achieves total integration, when a single soul dissolves its ego and enters into the eternal silence of Kaivalya, the entire energetic field of the planet is subtly elevated. Such a man does not need to preach or to interfere in anyone's life. His very presence becomes a catalytic agent. He is like a beautiful lamp burning quietly in a dark room. He doesn't shout, he doesn't make a performance, he simply allows his light to shine, and the darkness vanishes on its own accord. He is like a fragrant flower that opens its petals in the deep forest. He doesn't invite anyone. He doesn't advertise his presence, but his exquisite scent rides on the wings of the wind, and bees travel from thousands of miles away to find him. I am here to encourage this silent internal revolution within each one of you. I am not here to give you a set of rules to make you a more respectable citizen, or a technical manual to turn you into a psychic magician. I am here to be your death, the absolute death of your artificial, borrowed ego, so that you can experience the supreme resurrection into your deathless, timeless reality. Drop all your childish fascinations with forbidden mind powers, with telekinesis, and with the cheap rewards of the spiritual drain pipe. Look into your own subjectivity with absolute crystalline intensity. Recognize the minute, beautiful intervals of silence that happen naturally between your thoughts, and learn to make those intervals your true home. Trust the infinite organic intelligence of existence. It has brought you out of the silent void of non-existence. It sustains your breath every single second without your conscious effort, and it will welcome you back into its boundless heart when your physical form returns to the dust. You don't need to insure your life. You don't need to calculate your steps, and you don't need to be afraid of the dangerous, beautiful insecurity of reality. Live dangerously. Walk your own path. Create your own way by walking it, and refuse to follow the dead, automated superhighways of tradition and social conditioning. Become like a child once again, innocent, ignorant, full of wonder, and perfectly content to be an absolute nobody. Let the pristine grace of the cosmos pour into your empty vessel. Let your separate identity evaporate like a morning mist and dissolve into the boundless, ecstatic freedom of your own true, unborn nature. And this unborn nature is not something that belongs to the future. It is your very coordinates in the timeless eternity of the present. It is the original space that existed before your parents were even conceived, before the stars were flung into the dark voids, and before time began its ticking dance. But to step into this primordial space, you must thoroughly understand the mechanics of the great, beautifully orchestrated hallucination that you call your everyday reality. You must see how your mind continuously creates illusions out of borrowed thoughts, and how your ego uses these illusions to maintain its fragile, aggressive grip on your existence. Let us look very deeply into what the Sufi mystics mean when they talk about the secret background of your illusions. The mind is fundamentally an imitative mechanism. It has no authentic reality of its own. It is like a mirror that has gathered dust from every marketplace you have walked through. And now you look at that layer of dirt and say, "This is my identity, this is my soul." Every idea you hold about yourself, every ambition you chase, every moral standard you try to live up to is borrowed. You have learned how to love from books. You have learned how to fight from society. And you have learned how to pray from the priests. Nothing that you call your inner life is truly yours. It is a vast, chaotic accumulation of foreign energy. And because this structure is completely borrowed, it lives in a state of perpetual, agonizing insecurity. The ego is always terrified of being exposed, always afraid that if you fall into absolute silence, its ultimate emptiness will be discovered. To avoid this inner encounter, to escape the terrifying beauty of your own pristine subjectivity, the mind creates a magnificent projection. It turns its attention outward, seeking to manipulate matter and conquer circumstance. It tells you that if you can accumulate enough wealth, if you can command enough respect, or if you can master the secret, forbidden mind powers of the universe, you will finally be safe. You will finally be a god. This is the exact point where the pursuit of psychic phenomena, the fascination with telekinesis, levitation, and mind control reveals its egocentric origin. The search for supernatural power is not a spiritual endeavor. It is the ultimate, most refined expression of your worldly ambition. You have simply shifted your greed from the material marketplace to the metaphysical plane. You want to use the sacred science of samyama not to dissolve your separateness, but to turn your separate self into an invincible, bulletproof entity that can dictate terms to existence. But I want to tell you a completely different truth today. True mystical transformation is never about gaining power. It is about completely dissolving the ego. It is about entering that state of absolute fana, the total beautiful evaporation of your isolated identity. When you are willing to lose your boundaries, when you drop your clever systems of manipulation and allow your separate self to die, a supreme miracle happens on its own accord. You don't need to cultivate telekinesis to move an object, because you realize that you are the very cosmic energy that moves the stars. You don't need to master the Udana current to levitate above the earth, because you find that you are the boundless sky itself, completely weightless, timeless, and free. I am here to give you a chance to pour my grace into you, to help you take that ultimate, courageous jump into the bottomless abyss of your own being. But to receive this grace, you must become a private, hidden chamber. You must drop your habit of showing off, your desire to display your spiritual achievements in the marketplace. The Sufis say that the ultimate truth must be kept as a profound, intimate secret. If a seed wants to grow into a massive, magnificent tree, it must remain hidden deep beneath the dark soil. It must dissolve its hard shell in privacy, in total secrecy, untouched by the curious eyes of the world. If you dig up the seed every day to show your neighbors how much it has grown, it will simply wither and die. In the exact same way, if you experience a flash of higher consciousness, if your third eye opens slightly and you get a glimpse of the hidden, the subtle, or the distant, do not run into the street to perform tricks. Do not let it become fuel for your vanity. Keep it as a secret. Let the experience go deeper and deeper into the soil of your heart, down into the very core of your organism. Only when the secret reaches the absolute core do you become truly a flame. Only then does the false structure of your borrowed mind burn down completely, leaving behind nothing but the pristine golden ash of your pure subjectivity. Let us look at how the modern seeker is constantly being misled by popular spiritual technologies that promise to unlock your hidden brain potential or give you instant manifestation powers. People come to me with high excitement, talking about different methods to program their minds, to manifest money, or to project their willpower into the universe. They think this is highly advanced spirituality. I tell you, this is nothing but a mild form of black magic, a desperate, pathological attempt of the ego to interfere with the organic harmony of existence. You are trying to use your tiny, ignorant, calculating intellect to dictate terms to the boundless intelligence of the universe. It is as if a single drop of water is trying to teach the entire ocean how to create waves. Mullah Nasruddin once became deeply obsessed with the idea of mastering the art of occult mind power. He saved his money for years, traveled to a distant mysterious mountain, and studied under a secret teacher who promised him the ultimate formula to control the actions of animals and man through pure mental focus. After 3 years of intense, grueling concentration exercises, the teacher finally told him he was ready. Nasruddin rushed back to his village, eager to demonstrate his forbidden power. He saw a massive wild bull charging down the main street, terrifying the villagers. Nasruddin stepped directly into the path of the bull, narrowed his eyes into a sharp laser focus, activated his third eye, and sent a powerful, unyielding mental command into the brain of the animal, shouting internally, "Stop right now! I command you to bow down before my spiritual authority." The bull, completely oblivious to Nasruddin's advanced psychic programming, slammed into him at full speed, throwing him into a ditch and breaking half the bones in his body. The villagers rushed over, pulled him out of the mud, and asked Nasruddin, "What on earth were you doing? Why did you stand in front of a raging bull?" Nasruddin opened his swollen eyes, groaned in intense pain, and whispered, "The technique was completely perfect. The focus was absolutely flawless, and my third eye was radiating pure power. The only problem was that the bull was completely uneducated. He had not read the manual on occult mind control, so he didn't know he was supposed to stop." This is the ultimate fate of all your egoistic manipulation techniques. The universe is wild, spontaneous, and infinitely larger than your small technical formulas. It does not follow the dead manuals of your mind power experts. When you try to force your personal will upon existence through concentration or psychic aggression, you are simply setting yourself up for a massive, catastrophic collision with reality. You may achieve a temporary microscopic control over a localized energy field. You may perform a minor miracle that bedazzles a crowd of sleeping fools, but in the process, you turn your soul into a rigid, defensive fortress of pride. You estrange yourself completely from the fluid, rhythmic grace of nature. True mastery does not lie in commanding the bull, it lies in completely dissolving the one who wants to command. When you enter the Mahavideha stage, when you step out of your physical and mental bodies and realize your infinite, non-local nature, you don't fight against the elements. You don't try to conquer the earth, the water, or the fire from the outside. You find that you are the very elements themselves, because there is no longer any separation between the observer and the observed. Your inner intent becomes perfectly aligned with the cosmic flow. If an object needs to move, it moves spontaneously as part of the universal dance, not because your ego wanted to prove its importance. You move with the wind, you flow with the stream, and you rest with the mountains, perfectly content to let the whole take care of the parts. Let us delve deeper into what Patanjali calls the ultimate pinnacle of yogic intelligence, the final discrimination between sattva and purusha. This is the narrowest, most dangerous eye of the needle on the entire spiritual pilgrimage. When you sit in deep absolute silence, when your scattered mind is consolidated through the practice of samyama, your consciousness becomes perfectly clean, tranquil, and transparent. The chaotic traffic of your thoughts subsides entirely, and you enter into a state of exquisite inner light, profound peace, and ecstatic joy. This state of refined, luminous intelligence is what the science of yoga calls sattva. It is the most beautiful, holy thing that can happen within the human psychological framework. And precisely because it is so beautiful, it becomes the ultimate, most sophisticated trap for your awakening soul. You look at this radiant inner light, you look at this deep, unshakable peace, and you immediately fall into the temptation of ownership. The ego, which was driven out of the material world and blocked from the third eye, sneaks up from behind and whispers, "Ah, look at what I have achieved. I am now enlightened. This light belongs to me. This peace is my permanent property, and I am the master of supreme understanding." You identify yourself completely with the sattva, thinking you have reached the final destination. But Patanjali issues a revolutionary, sharp warning. Sattva is still an object of your awareness. The light is being witnessed by you. The peace is being experienced by you. And the supreme intelligence is being observed by you. Therefore, you are separate from them. You are not the light. You are the one who knows the light. You are not the peace. You are the silent witness of the peace. You are the Purusha, the irreducible, unattached, transcendent subjectivity that sits completely beyond all objects, beyond all experiences, and beyond all planes of existence. To achieve Kaivalya, to enter into absolute ultimate liberation, you must practice the subtlest discrimination of all. You must look at your own radiant enlightenment, your own profound joy and intelligence, with the exact same cold objectivity that you look at a stone on the side of the road. You must say, I am not this light, I am not this peace, I am not this beautiful experience, I am the solitary, unmoving watcher on the hill, who is aware of it all. When this final, most transparent identification is ruthlessly dropped, the mirror of your intelligence ceases to cling to its own reflections. It becomes completely vacant, completely silent, and completely free. The Sattva and the Purusha match each other in utter, pristine emptiness. Duality disappears forever. The seed of cosmic bondage is burned to ashes, and you enter into the eternal, non-dual void of existence. This is the state of absolute aloneness, the state of Kaivalya. It is a state where you are completely free from the need for the other, because you have realized that there is no other. The entire cosmos is nothing but a magnificent, multi-dimensional dance of your own infinite consciousness. When you reach this peak, all your childish fascinations with forbidden mind powers, with telekinesis, and with supernatural phenomena become completely absurd, completely meaningless. Why should you want to move a small physical object with your mind when you have found that the entire material universe is your own body? Why should you want to walk across the surface of a small river when you have realized that you are the very ocean of eternity? Look at the people who are trapped in the marketplace of miracles. They are constantly looking for a sign, looking for a performance, looking for a display of power to validate their faith. They go to gurus who materialize gold as or read minds, and they think they are in the presence of the divine. I tell you, they are simply in the presence of a highly developed psychological deformity. A man who spends his life cultivating psychic perfections is like a man who exercises only his right thumb, making it massive, muscular, and powerful, while the rest of his body remains completely paralyzed, weak, and diseased. It is a grotesque imbalance, a spiritual perversion that leads you away from the whole into a highly sophisticated form of isolation. The true mystic carries a completely different aroma. His miracle is so deep, so subtle, and so ordinary that the indifferent eye misses it completely. His miracle is that he can sit in absolute silence when the entire world around him is screaming in chaos. His miracle is that he can love a man who hates him, that he can forgive a man who betrays him, and that he can look into the eyes of death with a beautiful, joyful smile. His miracle is that he has dropped his mind completely, that he has renounced his entire identity, and that he is perfectly content to be an absolute nobody. He does not manipulate the elements. He allows the elements to live and celebrate through his vacancy. He does not chase the distant, the hidden, or the secret. He finds the infinite, unearthly abundance of God in the most mundane, simple moments of his everyday existence. He returns to the marketplace as the holy shadow, diffusing supreme virtue, love, and peace, exactly as the stars diffuse light and the flowers diffuse their exquisite scent, without ever being aware of it for a single second. He chops wood, and there is only the chopping of wood. He carries water from the well, and there is only the cool, refreshing touch of the water. He is completely relaxed, completely at home in the physical world, perfectly unified within himself. He has burned all the seeds of his desires in the fire of his crystalline awareness, entering into the state of nirbij samadhi, where all journeying stops and the wheel of karma comes to an absolute dead halt. He has arrived home. My beloved friends, I looked into your eyes and I urge you with all the intensity of my heart, drop your cages, drop your dead information, drop your technical formulas, and drop your insatiable greed for hidden mind powers. Stop trying to fortify your artificial, borrowed ego with metaphysical weapons. The house of your mind is on fire, and you are sitting comfortably inside, playing with plastic toys of occultism. Wake up from your long, deep sleep. Turn your attention inward, away from the objects, away from the scenery, and look directly into your own subjectivity. Recognize the minute, beautiful intervals of absolute silence that happen naturally between your thoughts, and learn to make those intervals your true dwelling place. Trust the infinite, organic intelligence of existence. It has brought you out of the silent void of non-existence It sustains the rhythmic beating of your heart every single second without your conscious effort, and it will welcome you back into its boundless, eternal breast when your physical form returns to the dust of the earth. You don't need to insure your life. You don't need to calculate your steps. And you don't need to be afraid of the wild, beautiful insecurity of reality. Live dangerously. Walk your own path. Create your own way by walking it, and refuse to follow the dead, automated superhighways of tradition, morality, and social conditioning. Become like a child once again, innocent, ignorant, full of immense wonder, and perfectly content to be an absolute nobody. Let the pristine grace of the cosmos pour into your empty vessel. Let your separate identity evaporate like a morning mist under the sun and dissolve completely into the boundless, ecstatic freedom of your own true, unborn nature. You can access our ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol. Reclaim your God modes from the description link.